Alrighty, welcome everybody. We are back with more Disco Elysium. Let's see, camera going. There we are. Hello everybody. We are ready to finish this game. We are end gaming it today, and as long as it doesn't take 72 hours to do the end game stuff, we'll also be starting a new game directly afterwards, which will be our new Thursday Sunday game. That will be the Council. Which is going to be another new to me one outside of me checking it out for like an hour a while ago. Hey Dog Nozzle, how you doing today? Welcome. You made it. You made it to the end of it all. Now watch like my power go out and we won't be able to finish it. Hopefully not. It better not. I'll be as annoyed as everybody else. Okay, so ready to watch the playthrough right off into the sunset. That's right. So last we left off, oh boy, we had the we met Ruby and then went right into the tribunal. A fair amount of people died, but I think we did a pretty decent job defending ourselves, as well as Kim Kitsuragi. And then after recuperating, we got well, a little gift from Klasia, who left town. We figured out that the bullet came from an islet off the mainland. We are there now, and after doing a brief nap in which we found out why Harry is a drunken mess, we are here to continue on to confront the murderer. And yes, Harry is a drunken mess because of a breakup of sorts, as well as a reoccurring dream. If we remember the very end of Dolores Day's monologue, I will see you tomorrow. He has that breakup dream every night. Okay, and we are inside this thing. We probably don't want to take another nap already. You see candles on a broken rangefinder. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Let's sift through them, rather.
Most are soft covers. Serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
Oh.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Light erotica. I guess I assumed erotica was just erotica. But yeah, I guess like anything else, it can be more hard.
Someone's made themselves a home.
The lieutenant inspects a softcover. Okay, we have a heroic conceptualization check. Does anything stand out as unusual? We got a very low 3% chance, but we got a +1 for all things communist. Oh, well, we do have a point. We might as well, throw it, I guess, into... Why not? Why not throw it into conceptualization? 8%, oh boy, let's roll those dice.
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes, fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nothing? Nothing out of the ordinary?
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say.
Yeah, I guess we're too distracted by the nude mag. Oh well. We found an Armley surplus winter scarf, +2 empathy, -1 composure. And we got a fallen arrower shirt, +1 hand-eye coordination. Dishes stained with sauce and fire, a survivor's kitchen. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
He points to the open fuel cap on the side of the dynamo.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
All right, let's tap on the side. Tap, tap, tap.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean? A generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I meant, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
Ah, yes, the fire guy. We were told about the fire guy from some children down in the fishing village.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Let's pour some fuel into the tank.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
All right. Secret task complete. Find fuel for the generator. Not exactly sure why we did that, but we did it. We certainly did it. All right. Good. We got some magnesium, 115, and some more magnesium. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off it.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right. We opened the big one. Do you see controls anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
All right, let's see if we can blast some doors open. This was once an armament rest. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Oh yeah, that's right. We had to go under that. All right.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Let's run our fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
All right, let's hit emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Now this is how you blast open a door. Very slowly.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
Uh-oh.
After you.
All right. What's there? Oh! Thanks for the raid, zombie. Hello, everybody raiding on in. We are working on completing Disco Elysium, so spoilers for end game content here. How was the rest of Frostpunk? Did you make it further along than the previous made it past day 12? All right, that's awesome. Getting better. Feeling pretty good. That's awesome. Very cool. All right. Hey Wraith, how's it going? Yes, and welcome again, anybody else who has never been here before. Another game I want to play. Well, yeah, spoilers, this is the end of the game. However, while this game does have like its main points that'll always be the same, you can play it so many different ways and you'll see completely different things. Like this playthrough, I've been doing a superstar cop / communist, and I've saw so many completely new things than the very first time I played the game, which was more of like a Inland Empire, David Lynch, apologetic sorry cop. Yeah, very replayable. I want to do all the voices in this game. All right, let us continue on here. What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Gotta eat. We'll chat more a bit later. Enjoy your food. Yeah, do your post-stream relaxing, of course. That deep voice, the narrator guy who narrates most of the dialogue in this game is so good. Like I would kill to have that guy do like audiobooks. I could listen to that voice all day. Kim, I'm scared.
Don't be. I have a gun.
He takes out his sidearm, checks the barrel, then holsters it again. I also have a gun, Kim. Actually, we have two. We are dual wielding currently.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
All right, let's go. Let's see what's out the blast door that we managed to open. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Are they the same white flowers that we caught on the roof of Classia's hostel? All right. The air smells sweet and scary somehow. Okay, let's pop a save. We have a gentleman up here. Let's confront him.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp.
All right. Hey, are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out their fire? Two twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
Smells are generally dangerous in this game. Especially if you're a communist and you don't want to be smelled out by the wrong person. Ever since we unlocked our communist smelling abilities, it has helped us. I am a little sad. We didn't get to complete like our second day after joining the communist club. I guess things for a third playthrough, I suppose.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Say, is that a Belle McGrave?
It's a Triangong 446.
A Samuran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Let's see. Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has also stayed true to me. Let's show him the gun in our hand, or in our case, guns.
Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck.
Uh-oh. Oh, is this guy like one of those Japanese soldiers that never heard World War II ended and kept fighting for years afterwards on some Pacific island? Dog nozzle? You got it. You got it, buddy. Yeah, spoilers. Do I have to keep saying spoilers at the end of the game? So a thing that this game does, which I know was a classic big no-no for writing like whodunits and mysteries, are not to have the perpetrator be introduced out of nowhere, like at the ending. This game does that. But I think they do it very well, and I think with like all the world building and what we're going to get from this guy, I think they actually subvert that whole rule and have kind of proved that You can do it if you put in all the work prior to the reveal, I guess. I figured since he talks like an old communist from the revolution, yep, definitely.
Have you come to make me one of them?
His grip on the rifle tightens.
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more.
The lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Another spitball lands in the ashes. That's all the answer he gives.
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's a fire, the next, a fire gone out.
All right. I don't know. I wonder. Maybe we can get more respect with him if we let him keep his gun. Our hand-eye coordination is pretty good. Just in case. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move.
No.
Nope. The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's head and says,
Put it down now, sir.
Kim's not taking any shit.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
All right, let's pick up the gun lying on the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Okay, let's inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46 millimeter, made in Sinyao.
That would explain the jacketed bullet from an antique military rifle. Definitely. Just a different make than we were assuming. It's not a Belmagrave. It's as he said. It's a Triangong made in Sinyao. I completely butchered that.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
Oh, we were, weren't we?
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong, too.
Oh, popping in now, visual calculus. Thanks for all the help before.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
Yep, you're right. This used jacketed ammunition, 446.
The right type and the right calibre.
The lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun. The rifle's been patched and modified several times.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
All right, let's stow away the gun for now.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
All right, let's get started. Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient. and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
Hey, why not? That's pretty steadfast of you.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Yes, we are playing as a communist, this game. She better come. I, too, have given my life to Mezovian socioeconomics.
A waste.
What?
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind.
You...
And themselves.
Listen here, deserter. We have turned the 0.0001% of communism into 0.0002%. We're getting there.
The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
What have you done then?
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
Yes, we all have a tiny bourgeois person in us trying to run away.
He does not seemingly react to what you said. Only his right brow moves a little.
And this was when?
The lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, '08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the Flak Tower,
He gestures towards it.
huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east. Let's see here. Spoken like a true Mazovian, the material conditions are not currently right for the transition. Yep. And if he adds in complaining about other Mazoviists, then we see what people into Mazovian socioeconomics are all about. What then?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
He looks at the sky. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Some kind of great terror. Worse than you've ever seen.
Let's see, man, this alternate history is so cool. I agree. Man, they did so much world building in this first game. It's pretty crazy, and it really definitely sets up, I guess, any sequels. Like they can, there's just so many places they can set future games, and they've already kind of set it up. And I want to go to absolutely all of those places. They've written it all so well. Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
Uh-oh. I know we're playing a communist, but we're getting into a little bit into some bigotry here. I don't think we're gonna go that far. So let's just say nothing and let him finish without giving our opinion on that.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. So what is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
All right, understood. How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Oh, what do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
That does not sound good. That does not sound healthy. I don't think Mazovian theory teaches that the bourgeois are not human. That's vile deviationism. Yeah, that's true. But leave it up to humans to take it, take anything that far.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Yes. Now I'm thinking of my probably favorite quote from. Do we all remember that TV show Game of Thrones? Maybe you don't. I don't think anybody really watched it. It certainly wasn't something people talked about week after week for 8 years or so. But there's a quote from the first season. From King Robert that I've always liked and has always kind of made me chuckle to myself, that I repeat in my head all the time, where he's just like give me something for the pain and let me die. That is where our friend the deserter is right now, I believe. How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
Okay, we can say something stupid, but we also notice that the lieutenant is about to say something. Should we say something stupid or let the lieutenant say something probably not stupid? Oh boy. The decisions. Fortunately, it isn't a check. Fortunately, it isn't a authority check here. Authority has been our biggest villain in this game over any of the other quote boss battles that we've had. Maybe we'll get something good from the lieutenant here.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation.
That's probably better than me pointing to my head saying, I also have holes.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere. Okay, how have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
His eye, he falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. So, like, I'm thinking how, this is pretty interesting. I know, Dog Nozzle you brought up, before, like the Japanese soldiers who didn't know the war was ended and still kind of fighting. This is kind of similar to that, but, different. Like, it's, like, the world has moved to a point where I guess people don't remember. Well, not that they don't remember. I guess they don't care. Enough time has moved on to the point where he could just wander into town. Nobody gives a shit. It's such a weird, messed up, sad kind of thing. Yeah, this guy's watched the world move on without him. Yep, definitely. Better put than my ramblings for sure. Let's see. The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B in the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it.
Yes, we did.
There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
Wait, how did he get down there?
Wait, how did you access the building? It's locked. At least now it is.
I didn't have to. Came in through the storm drains.
Storm drains?
There used to be a system that connected the bunkers, tunnels and such, under the church and everywhere. Most of them are gone now, collapsed, just bricks. All the old infrastructure has...
Yeah, probably like the like tunnels under the Feld building in which we confronted Ruby. Probably stuff like that. So we finally figure out the meaning of the arms cache in the deepest basement of the doomed commercial district. Yep. Even though it wasn't the exact gun, it's still pretty connected to this guy. There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
That propaganda bunker was the place right before the Sonic Attack boss battle. Yep. That was, yeah, the other one. Right before we failed that, the Ruby dialogue boss battle. Oh boy. Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Let's see. Yes. I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit.
Rock and roll posturing.
What?
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, the Parti Communiste Insolente.
Oh, as an aside, since he brought up moralism, something we didn't get because we didn't have any of the whatever checks we needed for it. When we were examining Dolores Day's, I guess, broken stained glass thing in the church, window, whatever, you can get like a lot of her history. And while she's like a good, in my opinion, a mostly like good figure, like every like political ideology in this game, she definitely made some not good decisions, but you could also kind of like justify it like in like positions of power rather. I guess you can never really make 100% good decisions, I guess. I don't know. But we didn't get any of that this playthrough, so always stuff that you can miss in this game and see in future plays. There's quite a bit.
Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
Yeah, I think when I play this myself someday, I'll take the moralist ideological path to see what that's all about. Yeah, it's probably, out of the ideologies, it's probably the best, or at least the kindest or nicest. But it has its issues, like all of them in the game. There's definitely no perfect one. But it's sure a far sight better than fascism, for sure. But yeah, Dolores Day is a very interesting kind of like figure in this game. You know, outside of representing Harry's ex something. So you're a communist soldier from the Communist Army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
All right, understood.
Like you belong to the moralist party.
He squints his eyes at you. All right, I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world.
All right.
It's a farce.
We have a legendary composure check to assess his body language, 8%. Oh boy. That's not good. So, what have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
what?
this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot.
Oh, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get that serotonin jackpot. I thought we were pretty good at composure. That must be seriously a tough skill check. Yeah, what are we? Oh, we're not that good, I guess. At least compared to some of the other stuff. With our 8s and 9s. Maybe if we were wearing some composure clothing, but we're not, probably. Yeah, maybe not.
The The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't plant it in him by saying it ourselves. So you're saying you've killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
He keeps shaking his head erratically suddenly. He brushes something out of his eye.
What did I just tell you?
Oh,
Don't drop the ball now.
sorry, rhetoric. Apologies. Wait, so which one do I say then? I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
All right, suggestion. I see how it's gonna be. Because I wanna select this one for fun. Wait, so which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Oh, are we getting to it? Are we getting to it already?
Detective.
The lieutenant turns to you with well-disguised impatience. All right, we're building up to it. Very exciting moment. That I'm really excited to get to. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Cornell?
The who now?
He leans in and cups his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Let's see. The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him. Pile it on him. Everything you got on him. The more, the better. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener.
Are you sure hand-eye coordination, or are you going to be like suggestions saying we should never take your suggestions?
The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
Let's see. I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Your gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
I guess he did see us. We saved a lot of them. Their leader, Titus, we handled that situation.
You didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those fucks rip right into them. Got that girl killed, too. None of those people mean anything to you. The vultures feed on this city, and you prepare the meal for them.
He's throwing the death of the Union men in our faces. Yeah, that's cold, old man. Yeah, I know. He's trying to turn the tables on. Hey, we're not the murderer here. We're not the murderer.
So you watched the fight? Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing, your plan. You got them killed.
That's right, Kim. That's right. Turn that table right back around on him here.
You don't know anything.
A twitch runs across the right side of his face as he stares the lieutenant down. All right, stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
The lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstratively. Let's dramatically ask, you think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon, everybody.
Good.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
All right, come on. What am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring.
An aside, I'm trying to imagine how this would play out with Kuno as our sidekick. Yeah, I know, right? I still can't imagine it. I know sometime I gotta play through it, or maybe like watch like see if anybody has like a stream of them having to play as Kuno. That might go better, because it's gonna be tough to like not try to save Kim during the tribunal confrontation. But yeah, it's gotta be so weird with Kuno here. Although I could imagine a couple of funny moments where the deserter says something and then Kuno's just like, fuck, does Kuno care?
Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
Oh, yes, that is correct. Kuno here would be amazing. Fuck, does Kuno care? You're boring old... Yeah. Kuno, going on about Night City, snorting up some speed. It'd be pretty wild.
Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself. I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
Officer, a word?
He gestures to talk to you on the side. Your war, Kuno never heard of it. You don't matter. Exactly. Kuno would not be interested in this long dialogue with the murderer here. Let's see. No, I'm almost there. Just let me have a few more punches.
Almost where? Almost ready to bleed to death.
He looks at the bloodstain on your pant leg.
No, come on. A word. Let's go.
All right. All right. What do you want, Kim?
I think we may have these.
Whoa. Uh-oh. Okay, that was weird. I think we're still going. The lieutenant whispers, then gives the suspect a short glance. Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
I'm slapping myself to get ideas.
I can see that, yes. I'm not judging.
Let's see. I'm trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
How do you think the questioning is going, though?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
All right, what am I missing? What haven't I done?
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
He doesn't have to hold in court. Just establish a line of sight and he'll do the rest himself.
Okay, let's do this.
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
Okay, let's save the game before we end up having some kind of crash go on. Let's have a look-see. Yes, we want to get in there. I think we probably need to go back through the blast doors, and then go out the other side, the door that we took during the dream sequence. I've never seen a game pop up a "hey, a bug happened" message and then keep on rolling. I know, what was up with that? Even when the Final Cut first came out and I played it initially, like, game would just crash occasionally. Like, hey, a bug happened, but things are a-okay. Very weird. A firing slit, you can't see inside. All right, let's head up. Oh, we had a thought.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in with a bottle in your hand.
A bottle in my hand?
Always.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Is this another one of those non-standard death endings where we can just do that and then the game's over? Well, we just did save. Let's see. Yes, please.
Oh, fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week.
All right. I guess not. Let's raise our sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
All right. Let's shake our head. Didn't the old soldier guy say something about a chain? He sure did. We also saw the chain before meeting him in the dream sequence. The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. All right. I guess we can't get to the... Oh, wait. All right. I think I see. We have to go up. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. The inside of the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. All right, here's where we're going. All right, so we got a LUM fuel canister worth 48 real and 86 cents. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet newly stocked with a Dramamine. All right, we'll take that, and 20 cents.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
This looks like a good place to aim from.
The lieutenant looks around. He steps closer with his hand on his gun. Let's inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Okay, let's pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Our shooter's a heavy smoker.
Noted.
The lieutenant stares into the can for a second. All right, let's inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Let's touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Let's look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
All right, let's check the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
And how about the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two...
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the room.
Whenever you wanted, like your own little dollhouse.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, you know we're a superstar. I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Booyah! Master cop work.
Why not? We have the weapon and ballistics. As you say, it's pretty booyah.
All right. We got the murder weapon. We got the place where the shot was able to take place. So I guess we just need an official confession from the deserter. Do you know the origins of Booyah? I do not. It's incredibly X-rated. Oh, that's fun. I know when it was extremely popular to say, and everybody was saying it, and also having no idea of the apparent X-rated origins of that term. Okay, all right, we're back to the deserter. Let's save, just in case we get another kind message about a bug happening.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
All right, one more time, Mr. Dros. The Colonel, we need to talk about you killing him.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
All right. Yeah, let's go down the line. We have a lot more than the gun thing. There were Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them. So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
Yeah, do you enjoy a good game of pinball, sir?
I may.
A curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Klasia, ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window. Oh, we do have a point here. And actually, I might throw it into inland, considering something. No spoilers coming up pretty soon. There we go.
Klasie.
Yes, Klasie. Which spirit quest did you go on? Could you be a little more specific? I don't remember. Like, are you talking about, like, there's so many, like, little things. Like, there was that, like, what, animal we were. I don't remember. Oh, there's a quest for your political identity. Oh, okay. We're a commie. We're a commie. We didn't get to complete everything. But yeah, basically our character is a superstar cop / communist. But yeah, we got into the meeting. Like there's like a communist club, like book club, and we got accepted to join it. And we were supposed to go back for the second meeting on another night. But that's when we ended up having the showdown in the streets, and then we just decided to come here. So I don't know how that one kind of completes.
He repeats the name with care, as if it were at risk of breaking.
You like that name, don't you? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
Oh, suggestion. You're not being very helpful. I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Dolores.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
The lieutenant comes to the same conclusion. All right, we have an easy drama check. Maybe it's simpler than that. 92% chance. Let's roll.
So,
You got it.
he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Yeah, see how easy that was? People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you?
We sure are.
Desperate to report
We hit our
something back
brains
to your masters.
enough to,
They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
let's see. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He breathes through flared nostrils. So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fist begins to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you.
All right, just nod.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
This guy sees the Imperialist Death Squad mercenaries and the RCM as the same thing. He can't see the difference. Yeah, that's true.
There, a hot flash of rage almost carries the smile away. Some dark peace.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
The lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
A single word is all he gives. We did it! Roll those credits. We got him. Let's throw another inland in there. That's as high as we can raise that one.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs, then smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the right, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
When did you first see the deceased?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
By that you mean Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep?
Wrinkled up whore.
He nods. What is it with these whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist?
Black sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters.
He spits it out on the dying coals.
So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it, fiddling with their sexual organs.
Some strange glandular process takes place in him at the thought, like yeast rising.
Oh boy.
And anger too, in addition to loneliness.
The lieutenant coughs. Moving on, the victim arrives sometime after her.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites?
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst one, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
I don't think Mazovian economics condones pederasty. Poor guy is all out on his own. He's lost his ideological grounding years ago. Oh yeah, he's pretty I don't know, messed up or but I guess we see this in our current days with some people who kind of take their own political ideologies and I don't know, they get all kind of wacky with it. Let's see. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
Can't always get what... Yeah.
Her body sweating from the drugs, slick from cerebral hemorrhage. He wants to see her covered in blood, to punish her.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Yeah, that's like an area I checked like a bunch of times. I guess we didn't have whatever we needed to see what she had hidden in the reeds there. But it's like her passport, I think, and I don't remember what else might have been in there.
Past the Fell building on the coast. What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
This is brutal. All he has left is his enemies, i.e. everyone. Yep. And good on the game. Something the game is really good at is making you just live in it for a good long while. Whether it's finally finding out why Harry gave himself amnesia from drinking and drugs, or any other thing. You're in the shit with these people for a good long while.
And beautiful.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Some kind of hidden container on the coast? You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revishal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
Wait, she escaped in a submarine? I think that was just the thing that her documents were in. That'd be great, though. She just blasts on out of here in a submarine. Who knows? She has been up to some stuff in her past, so I wouldn't put it past her anyways to have a secret sub escape. That would be awesome, and that is why we don't lead Klasia to get killed, because she has a submarine and it's pretty cool.
He's setting it up for you.
How did you see all this? The bruises that she was beaten?
I'm not blind, am I?
He shakes his silver head. All right, reaction speed challenging. How does he know those minute details about her body? 92% chance. A +1 footprints in the dust, +2 could have changed shoes, +1 found the peephole.
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body, any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
All right, you've been through the secret route behind the whirling and rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Oh God, this is really awful. Yeah. Oh boy, it sure is. And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head.
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
Yeah, and Gart doesn't care, as long as you don't talk to him.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
He points toward the whirling and rags.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union box window.
Let's see, you wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
He shakes his head and stares at the ashes.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake.
This has got nothing to do with that.
It's no good, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. It smells of burning buildings.
It's not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
He starts to shake his head again, a sunflower on a withered stalk. Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her.
Maybe. I told you. I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
He wipes his eye.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
All right, we got another skill point. Let's raise Electro up another one for fun. Oh, we got more. Let's throw Half-Light up another. Can you do drugs to raise caps? Oh yeah, we've occasionally done some drugs or boozing or smoking prior. I know that's helped out on occasion, but no, yeah, we're dual wielding right now, and in the conversation. So I guess I'll probably just stick with what we got.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she led us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
I forget, how does Classier point out the sea fort? Was it a note? Yeah, like after the big shootout in the street the next day, we find out that she skipped town, so we go up to her apartment. We find a note that she has a gift for us upstairs, and when we go upstairs, she has a like a red string going from, I guess, like where the bullet came in, kind of pointing out to the island, like the trajectory or whatever. So that's how we figured it out to head out here. Yeah, Classier is a very complicated character. A character I really like, even if she has some really shady things in the past, and you know, she kind of lied to us a million times. But yeah, she's I think her past, the things she's had to do, definitely helps out with her abilities of figuring that kind of stuff out. And I guess if you're stuck there too, maybe in general, like, you'd probably end up kind of doing that. Like, not something you can probably easily forget. All right, let's look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
All right, physical instrument, calm down. Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
Detest pushes the cobwebs out of his eyes, pushes the melancholy aside. He relishes it.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
He points inland.
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
All right, let's let him finish.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. That all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no.
I remember that statue, the one with the bullet holes in it. Yes.
The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
Hey, did you see us throw that ball into the sea, superstar style? Because we did that.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Coyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
All right, let's say nothing.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
All right, let's just nod. Let him continue on.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
What follows is ominous mumbling. You can't make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. What was that about? Steroids? It piqued your interest.
Sure did.
Boom boom morons on thin ice. Going under. Those are the tent kids.
Let's see. Disco whores?
Whores.
Is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. And the racists at the gates pumped full of steroids?
Yes, steroids. A racist on steroids.
Oh, you mean Measurehead, right? What is your opinion on him?
What is my opinion? You think the rich man has an opinion on this idiocy? Is the rich man on the radio telling you his opinion? No. The rich man's looking at real estate and fiddling his kids, wading through the corpses.
Yeah, we don't like Measurehead. We do not have a positive opinion on Measurehead.
You moralist types are all crypto-fascists.
Hey now.
Eternally fascinated with lurid race topics. Helping the ruling class conduct their swindle. Keeping the inane conversation going on Channel 4. The rich man doesn't care about complexion. He rules the world. And he laughs at your moral soliloquies.
He stares into the dead embers. You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare, a farce of a social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Who's a disappointment? Everard Clare? He's our hero.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Edgar.
Oh, you mean Edgar, Everard's brother?
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
All right, we're not the first people you've met from the city, are we?
You can't live alone.
He stopped poking at the ash now, just shakes his head.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you. He has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
This guy's been watching and judging literally everyone we've met in the whole game. It's quite a denouement here at the end of the game. Yeah, definitely. Let's see. What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Crenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
All right, we got a legendary logic check. What was the deal between him and Edgar? 42% chance. +2, talk to Everard about previous forewoman. All right, let's give it a roll.
The connection comes to
Hey!
you
All
like a
right.
splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago, when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they?
Hey,
A sputter from the old man.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did?
that bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
His eyes glistened suddenly with hatred.
Bordering on sentimentality, it drips out of him, tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the black logs.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
You could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes on the dust. Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dolores?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is, the bend in the river. The truth.
Why?
Because she was dead.
Let's say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal.
Sounds like we got him for another murder. A bonus murder.
Heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her. And the ruins.
You shot her.
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is...
Another big spike of rage. Different from the one he has for her.
nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal.
A sputter again, nothing more.
If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
The lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if it were nothing at all.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
Come on, just a little. You're buddies.
We are buddies. You can tell me here. It won't be that usable.
I haven't lived and fought for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it. On Channel 8, 40 a.m., Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
He looks to the city. All right, secret task complete. What happened to the previous forewoman? All right, the boom, boom, boom morons on the ice.
They were boom, boom imbeciles. At least they're not there anymore. What more is there to say? They're duped by bourgeois culture. I've seen their kind pop up, like worms after the rain.
There is something we can say about these boom 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 morons. They're hardcore! Hardcore! All right, enough of that, egghead. By the cock parading around in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petanque maniac race traitor.
All right, let's just let him continue.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one.
So do we think Edgar is a real person or just a construct used by Everard to keep his leadership position in the Union? You know, that I'm not sure about. Like, I don't know, like maybe they are two separate people, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's even a way to get a specific answer about that in this game. Something to think about, though. It is very weird, and like the aspect that they're like twins, and we never actually see Edgar ourselves, as far as we know, unless he's at some point was pretending to be Everard. It's two separate. It is confirmed in the game. Deserter also. Okay, all right. I guess it is two separate people. It's a great theory, however. Yeah, that I wasn't completely sure about in either playthrough, but
That one.
with his shaky finger, he points to the city towards the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today.
There's no one there.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me.
Oh boy.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
A treat, better served for later. He's a pleasure delayer.
Save the treat for later.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel
He lets out a wistful sigh.
better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him. Haven't seen him there lately. Must be down with arthritis. Oh, cunt.
All right, I'm glad we talked about this. Now,
Glad? It's all gone.
he stares into the dust at his feet, gray and dirty spring grass all around. All right. Well, let's try it for fun. Assesses body language. 8% chance. Let's roll that dice.
For a 60-year-old
Nope.
man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit.
That's it?
He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment passes, and you say,
let's see. All right. Mr. Duros, you're under arrest for the murder of the Crenel Colonel here in Martinez.
What?
The old
But
man's...
you said I would be taken to the...
Okay, I think we're getting it. We're getting to it. Strap in, a dog nozzle. I think you might enjoy this ending to a certain quest.
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? ... Do you understand?
But...
Do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
I'm strapped. This has already been a great ending. Can't quite believe... Oh, there's more. Oh, there is more. We're not done with this game yet.
Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now onto the boat.
Let's see. Yes, 83% chance. Wait.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it,
What?
something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shush, Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this... really us?
Your skin crawls.
Here we go.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
We found it. I absolutely love this reveal. Like, in this playthrough and as well as my first one, I got it, I had fun with like the cryptid stuff. Then it just kind of drops, Lena and her husband Morel, they leave and you just kind of forget about it. And it's like, I guess we're just kind of done with that stuff. Nope. All right, let's blink.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
The old man looks at the reeds, then at you. The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
He looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand rise instinctively.
There is! I see it!
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Yeah, confirmation. We're not crazy.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The lieutenant whispers, then takes a step towards the giant anthropod.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not there.
Oh, Inland Empire clothing? Oh yeah, I probably do. I wasn't thinking about it. Oh well.
Take long, deep breaths. Slow down your pulse. Don't move yet, and when you do, be light as a feather. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Are we able to retreat slowly and still get back into it? Like, it doesn't just go away, does it? I don't know if I want to, I kind of want to back out and put on some Inland Empire clothing. Oh yeah, we do have a quick save. All right, let's...
We can't just leave it standing there. We have to do something, Detective. It could be connected somehow even.
All right, we can't leave. Oh, unfortunate. All right, well, we're in it. Let's just do it. We'll get what we get. So yeah, if we don't get all the Inland Empire stuff, that'll be left, you know, for like people like Dog Nozzle, who might play it themselves and actually get to experience the full awesomeness of it. All right, let's listen carefully. All right, Kim, this is the Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
The lieutenant whispers behind you. You hear the familiar ring of his jacket unzipping slowly, painstakingly so.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Are you sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
He continues to pull the lens open.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
Okay, take the picture.
With the sound of metal sliding against metal, the lieutenant reveals the lens. The glass glints in his hand as he begins to slide in an ampoule. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. The motions are quick, sudden.
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right. It could scare it away. I need a better moment when it's not looking.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks, his hands sweaty around the machine. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly,
All right, let's say something to it quietly. Something like, you exist.
A sudden chirrup fills the air. The walking stick moves its whole body, limbs working independently of each other, like the parts of a masterfully constructed machine.
Yeah, I think a big thing that we're missing out here, without like a lot of Inland Empire points, is you can actually have a conversation with it, which is fun. All right, electrochemistry, 97% chance, approach carefully. +3 from Lena's childhood experience, and +1, we laid the pheromone on thick.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
I think it's impossible to fail the check as long as you have the pheromone. I also think it's impossible to pass it without the pheromone. Interesting. I think I'd always go with the pheromone, because I like the cryptid stuff. It's fun. Let's raise our hands slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
Oh, come now, Half-Light. We are not afraid. Let's raise the other hand, too.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you. Shifting around in the reeds around it, in the muddy water, you notice some of its hind legs apparently standing on the water from time to time. It's that light.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A
Yeah.
total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
All right, let's stand on our tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The lieutenant watches you apprehensively.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto the photo paper in his hand, a polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it. Gorgeous, yeah. That's a great picture right there. We got proof. I can't wait to show that to Lena and Morel. Or Morel, whatever. Let's slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Let's look at our finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Okay. Let's see what happens if we lick our finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
All right, let's carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning! It's about to move. You can sense it.
All right, let's run our hand up the slender limb higher.
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system.
All right, we've got it, Kim.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
All right, we have a medium inland empire checked. Tell me, what are you doing? Oh, okay. Oh, I guess we can have maybe a little conversation here. +1 spoke to the hanged man. +2 did not give up on Phasmid. +1 tasted it. +1 a nose of parthenogenesis. Let's roll that die.
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Yeah, reaction speed and Half-Light tried to lead us astray there. Yeah, you know, it's fun when Half-Light has the fight thing going on, but his flight definitely tries to lead us away from things. Fire burning.
Fire? Where?
Inside.
I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a one palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
The fuck is happening to me right now? You're the type of animal I would like to be.
Are you sure?
Sure. Why do you ask?
Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced the missing antenna.
Hey, that's cool.
No, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
Well, you don't have a foot there now.
Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
This would explain its antenna being smaller.
This is the explanation I came up with? All right, got it. Solved it.
Officially, it was the 3 meters tall stick insect who solved it.
Excuse me, physical instrument. We are the detective. All's well that ends well.
Yes, I am lucky. It is nothing compared to the horror that is you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. A nerve mirror of horrifying fidelity, constant, never-ending damnation.
Hey, I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Yeah, let's continue our crypto thing. I was born to detect you.
Yes. No one detected me for such a long, long time. For thousands of years. I dithered, out of sight. Trapped myself in greenery.
This is my masterpiece.
No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping off blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years.
Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even a water lily.
We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by a god?
I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or read. Yum yum.
Good point.
Wait, so
So you look like a reed and you eat reeds?
Yes, they don't mind.
Have you accidentally eaten another reed phasmid?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
it may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
Enough of your danger, half-lights.
I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Semenese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it is only destructive over long periods of time.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Uh-oh. I don't think I've seen a better talking with an alien scene in a game before. Oh, same. I mean, this game is like perfect in like absolutely every way, in my opinion. Like, you know, when it the final cut first came out and I finally got around to playing it the first time, you know, obviously being a fan, I loved it. But I still remember having kind of like a back and forth, like, as far as like the writing, is this on the level of Planescape Torment, which was probably my previous like favorite RPG of all time, because, you know, the writing in that is just insane, also. But yeah, the more I think about it, and even on this playthrough, not knocking Planescape Torment, I think this has my number one. This week, PC Gamer released its top 100 of all time. 3 years in a row, Disco Elysium number one. I need to play Planescape Torment and Grim Fandango. Grim Fandango. I grew up playing a lot of those LucasArts games. Grim Fandango's one that I never got as a kid, so that's definitely on my list to play for the first time, which is, aside from my occasional replays on the channel, I do want to get back into my main focus of games I've never played before. Boy, do I have a lot of them, a lot of big ones. But yeah, Planescape Torment is amazing, as long as you can get into it. I know some people kind of going back to those old games have a bit of a rough time, especially with the I think like the biggest complaint is like, oh my god, so much reading. But if you're cool with like all the reading, it's amazing. You can really make the argument for this to be an all-time great immediately, just so far off the path of where gaming was going when it came. Yeah, it's yeah, and like how they like obviously you know, there was some inspiration from Torment with the writing, and you know, kind of like, well, Planescape Torment has combat in it, which a lot of people don't like. I guess that's another negative. I don't think it's as bad as people say. People do complain about it a lot, but like especially if you do like a magic kind of thing, it really becomes just kind of like a who cares kind of thing that you have to do on occasion. But the fact that you're able to get out of a lot of battles through dialogue and whatnot, but yeah, kind of like taking inspiration from aspects of that game and then creating this whole new world, this whole completely different game than, you know, instead of emulating Planescape Torment, they took their inspiration, they made this completely different game, and in my opinion they improved on quite a lot from, you know, those old games. All right, that's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
All right, can you explain to us what the Pale is?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I played Grim Fandango when it came out. I do remember thinking it was good at the time, but didn't realize it's so highly regarded. Yeah, a lot of people really love that game, and I know it's one of the LucasArts adventure games that also got a remaster. That might be the version I play on stream in the future. Yeah, it seems to come up a lot more than like my personal favorites, like Sam & Max Hit the Road, and Maniac Mansion / Day of the Tentacle. Those were always my my go-tos. I know there's there might be a couple others that I never got to play too. I know The Dig is one that I never played. That one seems to get mixed reviews depending on who you ask. I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
All right, I guess we can blink. We won't be mean to our new Phasmid friend. I have already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
He whispers. Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
The case? The case is meaningless compared to this. That's some bad nervous laughter, sorry. I have totally transcended the case.
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
All right, I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
Hell yeah! I will.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
All right, let's disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the Phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Oh man, did she just save us? Maybe. We took the option of well, I guess saving ourselves, but amazing game regardless. All right, see you later, Insulindian Phasmid.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water.
Did you get the shivers check in the church when dancing? Hardcore. If that's the same one we were trying to go for, we were trying to go for hyperspeed dancing, but we failed it because we failed the check to get Kim to dance with us, and we started calling him a lot of racist things, which was not fun at all. And then we failed to get to hyperspeed dancing which was a huge disappointment for me. And then Kim left us for the rest of the day in anger, which was kind of funny because we spent the rest of that day just slowly wandering alone, failing all kinds of checks. It was sad and pathetic and well deserved. So now I see why I've seen that insectoid multi-eyed character portrait so often for the last few years. Never knew it was what it was a reference to. Ah, there you go. There you go. Just a reference to one of the many best parts of the game.
And something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
The lieutenant looks north with his hand raised to his brow. Ah, I can walk on the water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Oh, what's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
Oh, you. I forgot all about you. The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand in the ash. It's dirty and black.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Oh, sure, but first... Alright, we got a T932 rifle scope. And our Fairweather T500 helmet.
Brother, you've managed to collect all the armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown.
I know. At least my collector's impulse has been satisfied.
Indeed, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
At least now I am truly invincible. Yeah, let's put on our final piece of armor here. +1 half-light, -1 suggestion. There we go. We are fully armored up, dual wielding, and we got our little suit jacket. All right. Well, let's throw half-light up. Another one. Let's check in on the deserter here.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Yeah, this dude's still here. I know. We just had an amazing moment. Now we have to go back to this garbage. Sir, how could you not see the phasmid?
See.
He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Dolores?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, like an addict of some terrible substance.
All right, let's wave our hand.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dolores?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dolores.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Let's show him the detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dolores?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
Yeah. The juices poisoned him. The phasmid did mention that the poisonous aspect when we were talking to it, but it doesn't affect people who've unless you've been subjected to it for a long period of time, which this guy would have.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid.
The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh.
Let's tap on the helmet on our head.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
All right, I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dolores.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
He looks at him, then you. I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid. The combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
Of course we do. We always do.
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke.
It's definitely toxic. The phasmid. It told me it is.
Told you? Yes, good. During your long staring match. I understand.
He looks at the man, then you. He couldn't see it, Kim. It just reads for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right. Something is off here. Mr. Dross.
He touches the man's shoulder.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years?
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
The old man stutters.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe.
He looks at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
Yeah. The coolest police report in existence.
No one would believe you without it.
All right, hang tight, Mr. Dross.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
All right. Let's head back to the mainland. And finally get into the end game. The hours-long end game. Yeah, this is why after the last stream, which went on for like a crazy 5 hours, I was like, well, we're gonna stop after the dream because I know the ending here takes a very, very long time. All right, but we are going to see how well we did at this case. Let's head back to the party boat.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland,
Let's. We are done here.
he says, adjusting his glasses as he looks out over the water.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet.
I genuinely thought after the last session that this one would be like half-hour wrap-up. Nope. Yeah, and in fact, once we finish it, I'm probably gonna save the beginning of the next game for the Sunday stream. We'll start the council then probably.
But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
Hey, thanks for the follow, 12PC.
You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
All right, we are back on the mainland. It has been a while since I did a manual save. Oh, what do we have here? Hey, 70 cents. Perfect.
Look what the tide brought him.
The man says in a measured tone. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Forget about all this. There's a giant.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
He points at you with both hands. The armor? No one else seems bothered by it.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it. That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Now that you start thinking about it, maybe they were afraid of you.
Yeah, I'm a cop in a goddamn exoskeleton.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Who are all you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
Yes, we recall her as the quote horse-faced woman who appeared with the other dude in the whirling like a few days back.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
I never trusted this Trant guy. He had moral intern written all over him. That's right. Don't trust anyone. Don't trust anyone except Kim Kitsuragi. He's the only solid bro here.
We might need your help with something later.
He had suddenly regaining his confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy. The two aren't mutually exclusive.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
No, Kim, you gotta have my back. Let's destroy them.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
She says warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles. What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic. You should never address her using those words again.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit, kid. We are a superstar, Jean Vicomar. We're not a shit kid. You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true.
Yeah, cognitive science.
And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
I don't like being lied to.
I didn't lie to you. No one lies to you. You were so fucked up on booze you couldn't recognize your own partner.
How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I saved his establishment and still he betrays me?
Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerografito in front of the building. It was on fire.
Yeah, I lit it on fire. It was a poetic gesture.
I knew it. Didn't I tell you, Trant? I told you it was a shit kid.
I am not a shit kid. You shit kid.
The line is from Lou Giatun's Mirova 82, isn't it? About girl-child communism, the titular returning character to ghost the apparition of... Good choice, Harry.
Damn right it was a good choice.
Don't encourage him, Trant.
Yeah, it was this one junior kid. Oh my god.
Okay.
You, nodding to the female officer, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you before.
It's okay. I didn't come here to gloat or to fool you. Neither did he, actually. We're just worried.
That's right. Worried. I'm always worried about you. Every time you don't show up to work, or when you do but stink. You're a worry fest. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Even Special Consultant Backpedal is worried about you. Everyone worries instead of working.
So, Trant Heidelstamm turns out to be Special Consultant Trant Heidelstamm.
Yes, I'm Trant Heidelstamm. I never said I wasn't Trant Heidelstamm.
Wait, what was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
His son? What a joke. Everyone is lying to you.
Oh yeah? Where the fuck is your son now, Special Consultant?
I sent him home. Mikhail's with his mother. We share custody.
I told you. He's one drink away from killing someone.
I wouldn't quite say that. But yes, he is displaying aggression not atypical of late-stage alcoholism.
So, what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Yeah, totally, I get it. Major Crimes Unit.
He doesn't remember.
See? He really doesn't remember. It wasn't a sick joke. At least that's good.
Yeah, that's very good.
Where have you been all this time?
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember.
He crosses his arms.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Let's see. Why would you leave a literal police god?
You were crying hysterically. You were drunk, breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
Huh. Well, none of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage, Detective God. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia. episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory. I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
They want us to think that they're the final reveal of the reality of what's been going on all this time. Don't trust them! That's right, we are not trusting them. What's the response for the 2mm hole? If we can get back to that, we are gonna find out.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
We sure did.
No, not like that. I'm not talking Vredefort school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2mm hole in the world.
Corresponding to the 20cm hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
Oh, let's see. I'll explain later, but there's another man who's lost his memory. A crab man.
Crab man is an unfortunate choice of words.
No, it's
but
not.
I was there. The church on the coast shook from an audiospatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic, or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, I have put this into my report. You should read it.
Yes, it's
I do not,
Chinatown.
however,
That's
think
the
it has
answer.
anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think his other anthroponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Komodo Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to us.
But Detective Vicmare, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
He gestures toward the scenery.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in a major crimes unit? Is he a crétin now? I want to know that.
Crabman is never unfortunate. That is 100% correct. Crabman is the best man.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Hey, I'm ready to lead again. I did a pretty solid job leading here.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
We've put on all sorts of different clothes. in this week that we've been here in Martinez. We don't need to worry about this, quote, potty. We haven't gone once.
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard.
Damn right, physical instrument. Damn right. What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Oh yes, we're wearing the leopard leotard that we can never remove again. I guess that kind of makes us like that never nude thing from Arrested Development. Since it is just impossible to remove, we cannot remove it. All right, let's just stand here.
Yeah, just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
This is a feign ignorance. I thought the killer would be underwater. He wasn't.
Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Underwater killer. So funny, Harry. Thank you for fucking me.
It was very funny.
Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip.
You're welcome.
You know that, right? You're gonna get fired, and I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Oh! Let's superstar this. Challenging hand-eye coordination, 97% chance to catch it. +1, you're proficient in catching small objects. Let's go.
Not today, badge.
That's right. Behold my badge.
And your gun?
He asks, unimpressed by the piece of plastic in your hand. I have a new gun now. We are dual wheel. I upgraded my gun to a rifle. Oh my god, yes, we're doing the last one. Gun? Behold all my guns. If anything, I need more hands. As we show him our 2 pistols and 2 rifles.
I don't care about your collection, you hoarding freak. Is one of them your service weapon? I only want to know about that one gun.
What? These are great guns, superior to my sidearm any day. Yeah, I got that.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
So, it doesn't even matter that I found my gun?
You were never supposed to lose it in the first place. Not lost is your gun's natural state, you drunk bum.
So what? I've had a little drink.
A little drink? You smell like a corpse. I'm downwind and I can barely breathe. You smell like shit.
You smell like shit, you shit kid.
You let a suspect escape, Harry. Glacier something. Because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Let's see. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave us a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh, well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect. The one who shot herself in the head.
Oh, yeah, that one was our fault. Big time.
Or the fact that you're Evra Claire's little peony now.
We sure
doing
are.
I don't know what for him.
He's
That's
God.
small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
That was not our fault.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I also solved the case. It's solved. All of it. Yes, thanks, Kim, standing up for us.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
He says in a lowered voice.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and coughs.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
Yes, Kim, on the case. Just the case. How good we are.
On Lieutenant Yofreter Dubois.
Oh, all of us? Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
You narc! Kim! I thought we were best friends.
The man sighs deeply.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official.
Because we are.
At first I thought it was a joke, but
It's not.
now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day.
Damn right we do.
It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the drugs, of course. Amphetamine, mostly. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact.
That is why we are a superstar. Kim's right, but he's gonna give this all a good twist at the end, please. Yeah, I mean, he did say we are one of the best, which I take as the best, the number one best.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything.
Yep.
And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
That's right. That's right. Eat it, shit kid.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation.
Let's also not forget our stereo investigation.
He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Superstar. Our karaoke performance was unimpeachable. You are 10 jillion% correct.
A new species?
Yes, a new species.
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
I know, because we're a communist, we should go with, so as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist, but boom shakalaka, motherfucker.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective,
He turns to you. Boom, boom, boom.
Yes, but also...
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
Oh, is that all you have to say, Jean Vicmer?
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away. I also started a nightclub in the church. An anodic dance club.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Yeah, and I discovered a hitherto unexplored entroponetical phenomenon in there too, a 2mm hole in the world.
Get a grip. No one cares about your anthroponetic adventures right now.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Also the phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
It was definitely female.
Okay, Electro.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet and a scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was a female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
It could maybe roll it, like a dung beetle.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It told me.
Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense, yes.
Sure does.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
I also think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds.
Yes. That would be a pheromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's.
I'm kind of coming around on this Trant guy. Yeah, you know, Trant and the lady are all right. I think it's Jean Vicmer, who's the garbage shit kid.
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
I guess to be fair, going outside of our role playing here, I understand why Jean Vicmer is kind of pissed off at this point.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
He shakes his head.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
Alright, it had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Cop discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it,
He shakes his head.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still.
All right, the killer, Mr. Dros, we have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Prasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
You know, this fucking game, still world building right to the very end. Right to the very end.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
We sure do, shit kid.
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Let's see. Okay, we don't really have technical proof about him working with Edgar, to start the war. I think it would be something the Union would have tried to set up, and maybe, you know, I guess it's possible that maybe it was started like that, but the deserter would never admit to that. And it clearly, regardless, I think it really ended up at this first one anyways. Like, dude was doing some seriously creepy spying on her and whatnot. So it definitely turned into something different. He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, Harry, it's not going to win Dora back. It is my masterpiece. It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism like the phasmid.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can smell it. It's just a little celebration.
Yeah, just a little celebration. Let's see. The deserter had so much contempt for the Social Democrats as he did for the fascists. He'd been watching them deviate from his revolutionary line for years. Oh, for sure. Yeah. God, what a mess. What a mess. The previous head of the Debarders, there we go, Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open.
Oh,
in
right.
Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
The lieutenant lowers his voice just a little.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
I would prefer not to partake in anything Union-related, for political neutrality.
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
I wonder if we were able to complete the communist stuff with the book club, if we got to add like, hey, we brought communism back to Revachol or whatever. I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Well, you're gonna. Rue de Saint Ghislaine, number 10, a commercial building where all the businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Wasting time. Hey, I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad.
Who's Kuno?
Oh, who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
So what do you say? Wanna take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
He shrugs. Yeah, the last thing those guys wanted was someone looking into the doomed commercial area. I know.
So I have to. Jude?
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
A quick nod.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
We're back in, baby.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go. About who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
No way. I was a rock and roll singer.
You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
Well, I guess that does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of fallen sportswear I've amassed.
Your love of retro-style dance music. How you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick.
There we go. Explanations for absolutely everything.
The raw, robust stamina output. Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
Yes, physical instrument. We never followed up on the puta madre. Yeah.
And this guy, too.
Ah.
God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
That's right. All these guys are the gym teacher. When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
He looks you over. You said in Quran I was a gym teacher there?
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
Oh, our delinquency. Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. an ocean full of hope.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
I do love that this game actually just brings up, like, you know, in RPGs or any video game really, you're just running all over the place, you know, backtracking, going here and there, and this game actually brings it up. It has a reason for it. Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Was she called Dora Dubois?
Dubois? It was Dora England, I think. You've said her name, but you weren't married. You were engaged.
Wait, Dora Ingerland?
Something like that. Half Vazan.
So we weren't even married?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
6 years?
Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora England really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Huh?
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Oh, Jean-Vic Mer likes the Welkins.
Heartbreak Welkin.
Heartbreak Welkin.
Pain Welkin.
Oh, Pain Welkin. Oh no.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
This is the best last-minute revelation possible. We were just an average gym teacher with a chip on his shoulder. Yeah. Oh, it's pretty great.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
Oh, no, it's not.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
All right, let's, okay, so, yeah, I guess we kind of see why we visualized Dora Ingerland as Dolores Day, the whole beauty kind of thing. That makes sense. It's interesting that it turns out that she's just kind of like a person, you know, a nobody that we've just been obsessed with. You know, Harry here has some serious fucking issues. You know, okay. Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because a suspect seemed to think...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Okay, alright, that makes sense.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it.
Alright, Precinct 41, what kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head northward.
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torsen and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
And the Sea Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry.
Oh, no.
A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
Oh man, who's Captain Price? Something for the sequel, I guess. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what the sequel will end up being. Like, are we going to continue as Harry, or is it just going to be like, you know, completely different people in a completely different part of the world here? I'm up for either, but I mean, I think fans would definitely be into having another Harry and Kim team up, of course, because it's so amazing.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
And Price is?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the Force. You're lucky.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Ah, there he is. He's just not involved in anything that's messy. What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Okay. So I work in the Bloody Murder Station.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
The Phasmid. I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock. She told me about this Phasmid.
Well, good luck finding her once we get back.
Oh man, you know, if like the sequel does pick up with Harry again in Jamrock, and we get to tell Lena about our discovery, come on.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. I'm sure we'll find them. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
All right. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
All right, let's give this a try here. Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
Yeah, Lena would be so stoked. Yeah, for sure.
I do like the sound of that.
All right. I think we set up to have Kim come work with us. All right. I'm ready.
Good.
She looks at you, then at Vicmare.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmair? Yes. Dubois? Yes. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
All right, let's hit the road. What does Heidelstein no imply? That I'm not sure. Maybe it's just like sequel setting up. That's kind of like what it feels like. Could be something as basic as like, oh, this next case is gonna be messy, and Trant's like, oh, I don't want to do it. All right. Disco Elysium. Wow, I was not expecting such a blatant sequel hook at the end of this, but now I'm praying that whoever made this game can scrape the money and mental health together to make it happen. Is there a big sequel hook to that? The dance thing? Oh, man. One day we'll get it. All right. Okay, yeah. That's Disco Elysium. One of my favorite games of all time. It's amazing. I love it. Can I say what it says? Yeah, I don't mind. Go for it. This has been a pretty spoilery thing. I am Lay Revachol. Talks to you. The city will be destroyed by a nuclear bomb in 25 years. Oh boy. The city asks for your help to prevent it. She needs you. Oh. I wonder, like, if the sequel will just kind of, super expand. Like, I figure we're gonna get a lot of, like, Jamrock stuff. But considering they said it's only, like, a 20-minute drive, you know, like, back here even, which is kind of funny because it just seems so, you know, like you're really out there in the weeds in the middle of nowhere. Interesting. Nuclear bomb. Interesting. Oh, is that why Cole kept talking about the apocalypse cop path in the WAF episode? Maybe. Yeah, I gotta do Apocalypse Cop. Yeah, I gotta do a playthrough of that sometime. Yeah, probably. Interesting how you can kind of like pick up these weird just like these weird, funny, you know, in the beginning, bizarre things, and how they could actually be connected. The Apocalypse Path apparently adds some foreshadowing to it. Interesting. God, they put so much into this game. Yeah, I like, it's just my very first time through it when I played like the David Lynch Sorry Cop, you know, a great game. This time around, you know, Superstar Cop, Communist. Aside from, you know, like the main parts that are kind of, you know, set up, you know, the same regardless, like, you know, you got to meet Ruby, you got to deal with the tribunal, you know, you're going back and forth and interviewing, but I still saw so much that I did not see at all in the the first play, and even some aspects of like some of the side cases, we saw things a lot differently. Oh, yeah, Nightbot is a garbage bot. Let me see. So I've been thinking about this. I want to play an art cop moral intern path when I play this, just the most jaded path possible. Yeah, go for it. Whenever you do get around to it, share anything that was different. Definitely interested in that. I remember my first playthrough getting like the art cop, the initial thought for it, but I never went for it. I do remember being able to do my own graffiti at one point. With the conceptualization check, I think. Oh yeah, I think I did the art cop check. Yeah. Let me see here. The thought, I think you get Real for every conceptualization check, or XP, I can't remember. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think I got something where there must be like a few different things you can get that kind of do that. I think I got something like where I got XP every time I get all communist with people. I think that was like one of the thoughts that I got. We didn't do very, very many thoughts this game. I think we only ended up with like 4. But we mostly focused on the superstar thought, and then the communist one, the Maslow's socioeconomics one. I know we got the we did the jamais vu one. Really, I just want more lines from the drama skill. The writing is so florid. Yeah, drama is interesting when they do pop up. Yeah, full drama would definitely be interesting. Oh, right. So I don't I don't think we'll continue on with a new game tonight. I think we're up at like 3 hours and 50 minutes. I think that's fine. So Sunday we'll be doing our new game. Thanks. It's been quite a ride. Really enjoyed this playthrough. Oh, no problem. Glad you enjoyed it. It's a great game. That goes without saying. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is, yeah, Friday, or technically today for me. So Friday and Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll be back continuing on with Song of Horror. Oh god, that game. We are going to try to finish it at some point, even though it really doesn't want us to. Can we watch the Church Shivers thing? It's 2 minutes. Oh, let me see here. Where's my internet? Oh gosh, I think I gotta make a new source. I never made a let's see, add source. Let's see, browser. Oh, wait, can I just do this? Oh, no? No, not the sniper's nest. Let's see. Window. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I want. All right. There we are. Okay. Does everybody see that? I'm assuming it's on YouTube. Link in my auto mod. Graveyard. All right, let's see here. Okay, yeah, I was seeing the browser. Alrighty, let me pull that up. Okay, there we go. I found the link. Let's do that and that. Don't you start talking yet. All right. Let me. There we go. Okay, all right. And we'll go back to the browser. All right, let me just full screen that. And all right.
Years ago, by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center. An officer of the RCM is
I am La Rebachelière. I am the city. I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her, and I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill. The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck.
God, I love this writing.
I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space.
All this eloquence, it's in service of something.
Death. It is terrifying. I need you to protect me from death. I cannot perish. Look at me. I cannot end. In 22 years, the first shot will be fired. Not a shot from a gun. An atomic device that will level all of me. Or I cannot perish with it. Officer of the citizens' militia, you cannot let me. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM is 80 years ago.
Wow, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Some really cool writing for that. Oh, what is that? I don't want that. Yeah, be vigilant. Very, very interesting. Really good writing in that part too. Interesting foreshadowing. Man, I cannot wait to see what they do with the sequel. Eventually, whenever that comes out. All right, awesome. Okay, so next 2 days we'll be doing Song of Horror, and then Sunday night we'll be starting our new Sunday Thursday game, which will be The Council, which will be a new to me one, aside from me playing it for like an hour a bunch of years ago, it feels like now. Do we know they're doing a sequel? I feel like I read somewhere a while ago that they were doing a sequel. I know there was like something about someone making a TV show of it too, like this game, which is weird. See you all next time. It was super fun. Awesome. Yep. See you later. But yeah. The Council will be a new to me one. That is gonna be a narrative adventure game. Apparently it's like a period piece. You're like a mama's boy searching for his mom in some secret society, and also George Washington is there for some reason. Let's see, I'd heard they might be doing a new game with a space setting, but that was years ago. Yeah, who even knows? Yeah, it takes so long to make games, like in general, and then telling like rumors from facts, like like we've had like new Silent Hill rumors every year forever, basically. Oh god. But yeah, we'll be back with a Song of Horror and The Council later on. Should be a good time. So we're officially going back to all new to me games after this very, very fun replay. Let me pull this up. I always forget that I'm supposed to end streams with rating someone. I usually end up tired and just ending it. I don't know if we need a sequel maybe years down the road where you don't need to address the choices of this game. Yeah, either way. Like if it just ended up being a standalone game and they did make something completely different, like like the space game that you mentioned, I'm cool with either. As long as they make something, I think I'll be happy, because they've won all of, like, I want to see what they make. This game was so good, regardless of what they do. Yeah, everyone's Harrier Dubois is so different. Plus, how do we level him up again? He should be leveled up on his own well into the yeah. There's that whole thing. So unless they like do like a sequel where it's just like new characters like in a different location, it wouldn't make sense to have Harry get like amnesia again. Be very weird. I mean, I guess it would make sense with his drinking and whatnot, but I don't know. He'd probably be a little closer to death than actually, you know, being able to actually be in a sequel. Yeah, he can't drink himself into another stupor. Exactly. Uh, all right. Let me see who would I want to raid? Who's actually on? Who would I be watching? Right now. No, yeah. Don't autoplay. Don't you autoplay. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'll probably watch some of that. All right. Yeah, keep the setting, sure. Continue the story, absolutely. I love Harrier and Kim, and now how do you make those characters? Yeah, exactly. I guess if anybody could do it, I'd trust this studio over anybody else, but you know, who knows? For sure. All right, that's it for tonight. Thanks everybody for coming by. Hope to see everybody again soon. And we're going to raid Cat Link here. She's like a bigger streamer. I do watch her stuff pretty regularly. I enjoy it. She does a lot of speedrun kind of stuff. Looks like right now she's going through Deadly Premonition Director's Cut, which cool. I want to watch some of that. She might be casual playing that one. I'm not sure. So let's start this raid going. And thanks again, everybody. I hope everybody has a good night. And we'll see y'all next time. Goodbye, everybody.
All right. We're good. I was trying to be quick.